Alright, I don't know if I'm back or not, because load of shit, dude. So I don't know what Streamlabs did, but they pushed an update out, and apparently it didn't reset all my settings, where, you know, it would be obvious, oh, this update reset all my settings, let me put everything back to normal. Apparently it just reset like very specifically stupid settings. So way to go, Streamlabs. That was a fucking win, right? You know, you tested that and you saw what happened and you notified people and you made sure that on the update notification it let people know, hey, all your stream settings have been changed, or some of these have been changed, or this specific setting has been changed to the default. You might want to go back and tweak that. That was part of the problem, I think, yesterday. And some of those problems carried over. And I don't know. I'm salty. Salty, man. Just flowing with the salt today. Alright. So now I have to potentially reopen all of my chat shit, apparently. Fuck's sake, man. How many times do I have to restart this shit? Let's refresh this fucking thing. Pause it. Let's go back. Refresh this page. Is Rumble working finally? Is it? I don't even know. Is it working? I think it is. What the fuck, dude? What a mess. There's that. That's live chat. That's good. Yada yada. Let's see. What about Kick? Started Kick like 50 fucking times. That one's bullshit. So my X fucking Twitter whatever has restarted a bunch of times as well. Is that right now? This was 20. Okay, so it's this one. Okay, yeah, this one says live. Alright, that's fine. Okay, that's live. Trovo. What do I have to do? Refresh this page or what? Is this live? Yeah, this is live. Okay, that's fine. And then there's that. Oh, fuck. Finally, man. Oh my goodness. Are we finally fucking live? So, if I had any viewers, I think I had like a couple. I take no survivors, man. No survivors. I nuke everybody. That's how the fuck it goes around here. If you are lucky enough to have squeaked through and ended up on the other side of all the bullshit that was happening. Oh, somebody squeaked through. What the hell was that? What was that? Why now my alerts? I can't. Oh, there they are. Okay. Oh, Swiss. Well, yeah, you squeaked through. Because you know that I fuck up. And you know that that's what the fuck happens all the time. And you know I usually just keep restarting till it works. Thank you for the bits. And for the heads up that somebody's still here. Man. Well, the stress that was, that put me through, I'm at the point where I'm exhausted. I feel like I already did my stream and I already did my fucking my build and I already tested this 5070. That's what I feel like. I feel that fucked up right now. Oh, my belly is just tore up. I have a tweet that is just, or a post or whatever the fuck they're called now, is just waiting for me to send. I've had it for an hour to say what I'm doing today. Golly. Now I gotta fucking resend out these things. Let's send that out. Okay. Now, properties. Test. Yeah, see, that's still going. Let's see, what if I do that? Test. Yay, okay, cool. Alright, I found the monitor on thing that was fucked up. So now let's see, that microphone appears to be okay. Yeah, my Streamer X fucking audio mixer is just fucking gone. Oof. Okay, let's not go back. Let's not even fucking do that, Jones. You're gonna get pissed off again. Rumblebot is now spamming my Rumble chat. Thank you, Rumblebot. I've done everything here. Yeah, I'm good. Now all I need to do is get my, okay, hold on. This is the one, right? Okay, so let's fucking grab this and let's put where's my fucking tweet? Oh, okay, here it is. Good lordy, what a that's the fucking link? No. I don't think we're gonna use that. That's fucking insane. Let's go my main page. Alright, so how do you grab this page? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's much nicer looking. That's way nicer looking. Let's get rid of this ugly ass link. YouTube, like, fix your links. Like, why do I have to fucking go and get one of those sketchy fucking URL shortener websites? Why do I have to do that? Why can't you just, you know, with all that money, like, give us some fucking short, nice looking URL links for our videos and or live streams, etc. Why do they have to be ridiculous? Okay, I think I'm ready to post. Alright. My goodness. You guys have no idea how fucking ridiculous it was trying to get this to work. Well, some of you might actually know a little bit about the struggle of twitching. That sounds like a condition. I'm a twitcher. Alright. And now my OLED is probably burned in because it's been waiting this whole time to fucking do something. Oh my goodness gracious, dude. Okay, where's my little Steam thing? Okay, let's go ahead and start up 3D Mark. Alright, let's see if the live scene is catching things. Oh, somebody cried. Who was that? Oh, Swiss. Yeah, you know. Okay, so that was me just like spazzing out. I kicked my camera down here. That's how mad I was. So my poor little, that's an old camera there, an old webcam. I need a fucking drink after that. That's shit, dude. Whew. Okay, so we did test a little bit yesterday. Let me see. So yesterday we tested the 5070 in Firestrike, and I think maybe a couple other tests. We skipped around a bit, trying to I don't know what we were trying to fucking do. No, actually, it looks like I only did Firestrike. Alright, so we're gonna start with Firestrike again. Yesterday it bugged out and did not give any temperature information. But the scores were comparable slash kind of or slightly better than a 3080 Ti for the Win 3 Ultra, which is one of the more high-end 3080 Ti's you could have procured back in the day. That also is a 3080 Ti that has like it pulls like 390 to 400 fucking watts by itself. Like it's been like power unlocked or whatever that's called. But you know, sometimes if you dial those things back, you can actually score better. This is like one of the things that's not as well known. That sometimes, you know, yes, you can get higher scores just by throwing more. There's my stupid keyboard acting crazy. By pushing more power at your GPU. You know, just turning all those settings up. But instability on the 3D Mark tests, or like, you know, fluctuations or any kind of like on the edge kind of shakiness from your GPU will actually hurt your score somewhat. So yes, if you only have 100% power, but then you turn it to 120, you will score higher. But if you just dial it back and you tweak it, like the really good tweakers, I'm not good at it at all. I just don't have the patience for it. But the ones that really tweak and know what they're doing, they don't always go to the absolute max megahertz, max power, max memory. Like that's not necessarily how they get the best scores. They find ways of getting a really stable high overclock in all those areas, and then they can get some really good scores that way. So long story short, the scores for my 3080 Ti might be, you know, it's definitely possible with some tweaking. Someone else is definitely getting better results, and I'm not even talking about like, you know, the ones that are in the top 100. I don't mean that. Of course those are higher. But just like in general, like you at home, if you just did more modest settings and, you know, thought it out better, you'll get better scores than that, guaranteed. But either way, the 5070 holds its own with, you know, what is that, a 4-year-old GPU? So like on the overall score, I was around the 11,200 range for the 3080 Ti, and then with the 5070 we were getting into the 13,000s. on the score. So let's go ahead and run Firestrike again, and hopefully it will pick up the temperature sensors and stuff, so we can see, you know, if it's running hot or whatever. Okay, so let's share the, where's my little selector here? Go ahead and try to share the desktop. We will try. Where's 3D Mark? I lost it. Okay, so we got 3D Mark. We got our spreadsheet. We're gonna do Firestrike Ultra, no demo. Just normal run like we've been doing. And we'll probably run it twice and just fill out the 1, 2, 3 tests on Firestrike to compare with those other GPUs that we did. Because so far we've done the 3080 Ti in this system, and we've done the 5080, the small form factor 5080 in this system, and now we're doing a beefy overclocked model 5070. And in all three of those instances is just whatever the factory overclocked and or BIOS update versions did to it. For example, even with the 3080 Ti, I wasn't using precision to tweak any of the settings. I was just letting it be whatever the baseline is. And then the 5080, I did not install the tweaking software. And since it's the small form factor version, I don't even know if that one has any tweakings that you can do. That would be a question for Zotac, or for me later when I test out the software, which will be much later on that 5080. And then now with this 5070, I am also not using any tweaking software because, I don't know, I guess PNY has something. Sometimes that software isn't really much you can tweak on your graphics card. A lot of times it just depends on the manufacturer, I guess, but a lot of times it's just mainly fans and your lighting that you can kind of mess with. But some of them, like with Precision X for EVGA, you're able to like move it around. And then most people know MSI Afterburner, you can fuck with things. And I think the Zotac one you can as well, but it may depend on which card you have from Zotac. So that's something I just haven't tested, so I don't know. Man. So I had wanted yesterday to do all this testing, but my stream was just borked. Like, to the gills. It was totally destroyed. Now today, because I'm in a rush, my apologies, after I, do a couple on Firestrike here, I may actually just run through these and not do the 3 tests and all that crap. And then when I get to some of the gaming benchmarks, to save time, I may just choose, to test the highest settings one. Even though obviously this is a 5070, so if you crank everything up, that's not what this card is made for. But at least it will give us a comparison on the high end, how it compares to these other cards, because that's when you kind of see some of the differences, is when you push them to the max, and then you can see which cards pull away or which ones kind of hold steady. Alright, so now we got a 13,335, so better score than yesterday. 13,335. Oh, I'm getting distracted. Okay, so now we need to just kind of squeeze that over, I guess. I guess like that's fine. So that's the whole score, and then specifically the graphics score is 13198. 39,370 for the CPU, 39,370. And again, you know, I repeat myself a lot, but that's because I do so many restarts. Who the fuck knows what was heard or not heard. I am doing a test run kind of as if, you know, this is how I'm playing, right? So the way I play games for stream is I share my gaming rigs, you know, either display or window with a plain OBS install that obviously isn't streaming, but I just use it to capture either the windows or the displays that I want to capture, and then I send it as a projector over to the capture card on the streaming PC. So I do definitely have a streaming PC that is trying to do all of the work for the stream. Sometimes it does better than other times. But anyway, it's a separate build. So the gaming rig that we're testing on with the 5070 and the 3080 and blah 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 and all those things is not actually doing any stream work. But there are multiple things happening on that PC at the same time. So, you know, like I said, OBS projector. Got this spreadsheet thing open, so kind of like, you know, as if you just, you know, turned on a game and you wanted to play and you didn't like shut everything down like you should if you want to get high scores in 3D Mark. You would like be going through maybe even your task manager and like right clicking in task on like tons of shit probably, right? So for this I'm not doing that. I just shut down some of the more ridiculous dumb things like Epic Store and stuff like that. So we're at 79 degrees. This thing runs hot, dude. So we're talking 69 up to 79, but in reverse. So it starts out hot and it does better later. So 79, that's so weird. This card is weird, man. 79 to 69, like that. Ding. Alright, so now that I'm actually live, I'm gonna enable these stupid chat timers. And we're getting advertisers. Yes, thank you for your advertisement, but also thanks for the view and the hangout and the follow and whatever else you did. Dude, can I just go to my own fucking page? Thank you. Dude, this is just not going as fast as I would want it. Alright, so let's just run this again. So, excuse me. So, yeah, I guess that's all really the ins and outs of how I'm testing. So this is not a how fast can these GPUs run demonstration. Most of you will probably realize that when you look at the scores, because you'll have seen other scores higher, etc. But for anybody who's like shopping for these, you know, newer GPUs, the 5080, the 5070, and want to see comparisons with, you know, like a 3080 Ti, etc. This is not like how high can these things score, but this is a like for like comparison under these exact same conditions. How do these cards perform, and then that way maybe it helps you decide if it's worth it to fight the scalpers. You know, when these things become available, and then you gotta, you know, like click buy now, buy now, buy now, you know, trying to fight a scalper for one of these GPUs. These are just numbers you can see if is it worth that headache. For me, I lucked out for a 5080. I wanted a 5090, but the 5080, I was able to get that because I joined the Zotac Discord. And it took a long time. I'd been there for a while, but I was part of the raffles multiple times for both 5090s and 5080s. But as the 5090s, as the greed kicked in for these AIBs and they started pushing their 5090 prices away, I started, you know, most of the time only taking off on the 5080s, but then the greed hit the 5080 as well, and they started like increasing prices on the 5080s. But then lo and behold, they must have done a dummy dumb, because they had this small form factor 5080 you know, just a couple weeks ago in a raffle for the MSRP of an actual regular Nvidia 5080. So it was $999.99 US. So the exact fucking price that I was like, well, that is a high price to begin with, but I mean, if I'm getting one, I'm not paying over MSRP. So yeah, anyway, this is more of some ranting while we wait for this test to finish. So I'm not interested in helping out any companies with greed over and above the normal. It's a company and they want profits. That to me is perfectly fine and acceptable. But taking advantage of with greed, no, I'm not interested. I don't care. These are just fun to have items. Like, I guarantee you 99% of the people out there who say they need it for work are lying, because they know how ridiculous it is to say that, yeah, I'm going to pay $3,000, $3,500, or even $4,000 if you go the scalper route. I'm going to pay that much for a 5090. So I guess it makes it seem a little less ridiculous if they claim it's for work and they need it for work. Well, riddle me this, Batman. What were you doing before the 5090 was announced? So even if you do use these things for work, you don't need the 5090 for work, because you're already doing work, correct? So to me, I find all those people ridiculous that claim that. Even if they legit are, even if they're telling the truth, yeah, I use it for work and gaming. Okay. So I guess you've been waiting all these years for a 5090, right? Like, you were unable to do any work until this, you know, just luck would have it, a 5090 appeared in the wild this year, 2025, 5090. Oh God, finally I can get some work done. Shut up. Those are liars. 75. And it's a shame that you would feel that way. Like, to me, if I was going to pay for a fucking $3,000 GPU, I would just say, yeah, it's stupid, but I want it and I don't want to wait. That, to me, that's honesty. I don't fucking care. You know? But I think a lot of people are just lying. So let's say it's about the same. 75 to 69. Okay. Let's try. It did better this time on temperatures, unless there's an error. You never know. Sometimes there's an error on the readings. Maybe the fans kicked in better this time. 7.5 and 6.9 again. Oh shit, what was the watts? Let's go back in time on the stream here. Maybe the fans kicked in better this time. Watch out for echo. Let's see. Oh yeah, there we go. Let's see what them watts were. 190s as it's loading. 180s, 190s during the loading for the combined situation. Okay, almost the 400, so we're in the 390s on the combined. Oh, hit 400, so 390 to 405 so far. Okay, let's just make sure none of the other tests went higher than that. Oh, they did. Okay, so that first one we hit the 420s. 425. So 390 to 425 total system. Just in case. 390 to 425. And then yeah, definitely the CPU part of it that runs lower than those numbers, but I usually try to focus on what the numbers are specifically for the graphics tests. Guess we can try Time Spy. Now from this point on, I may just be hitting one test unless something looks off, or if I can't get temperature numbers or something. So let's do Time Spy Extreme. Do that. Dun, dun, bam, bam. Okay, so we'll let that run. I'll be right back. Okay, there's the score. What the frig happened? My monitor decided it wanted to go in some kind of like, I don't know, like Fortnite first person shooter mode. It was like a 24 size monitor. It did that little box thing. Alright, so yeah, we're only a little bit better than the 3080 Ti. What was that? Let me just switch things over real quick. Cause what the fuck? I need to know why it did that. Where's my Nvidia freaking thing here? Yeah, we're at 1440. Okay, performance. Okay, that's fine. What? Huh. That's so weird that it does that. Alright, come on back. Come on back in. Alright, let's see. Score was 10,541. Graphics 10,399. CPU score 11,426. And temperatures, what are we looking at here? 75, 76. What's this? Yep, 76. Got like a 76. 58 to 76 ish. Well, it's reversed though again. I don't understand this, but it's a C. 76 to 58. Is it always like that on TimeSpy? Yeah, I might switch them around. That's kind of difficult to look at. So we're running about the same. Like maybe the 3080 Ti gets hotter because it can hit up to 79. It looks like. And then on Firestrike, about the same, 75, 74. Okay. Well, we did hit 79 on this, on Firestrike one time. Maybe it's still like figuring out its fan curves. I don't know if it has like if it, I don't know, adjust fan curves depending on workload and then remembers that for the next run maybe. I don't know, to be honest. You know what, let me see. Let's run this one more time because I want to know why. Did we crash and start over? What happened? Like, why did it? So it goes full screen. And then my monitor decided it wanted to go completely different layout for some reason. Yeah, like what? Why is it doing that? Interesting. Hitting the 420s, 425, 430. We popped the 430 watts. Total system power draw. Hi, buddy. What's going on? Yeah, did you have fun out there? What is it? What is it? You want to listen? Hold on, sit down. Sit down first. Sit down, okay. Here, you want to hear? Alright, be still. Whoa. Do you like that? Okay, one more time, hold on. Be still. Be still. Whoa. No, don't bother the mic. Please don't bother the mic, please. Whoa, yeah, that's cool. Okay, no more. Go at the end. Thank you. All done. Thank you. No, don't go over there, buddy. That's where my camera for the power is. Okay. Goodness gracious. Lots of advertisers today. Thank you for the offer. Alright, what did we get this time? 10.554. 10.554. So with this time spy test, it looks like there might be something off with my settings. So do not take these too seriously. Take these with a grain of salt, or many grains of salt, however it may be. Because my monitor just has been doing something funky. It didn't do this with Firestrike, but with this time spy test, it was doing something a little, strange and funky. Alright, so here we are, 75-ish to 76-ish. 63 at that other time. So we'll do it the other way this time. 75 to 70. Where the hell's 6? There's 6. And then the highest watts, notice we're gonna say 430s. 430s. Alright, let's just jump over to Speedway. Do this one next. We are still, the 5070 is still testing higher than the 3080 Ti for the Win 3 Ultra. it is comparable on heat output, or at least, you know, temperatures that it's reaching. Wattage, however, is depending on the test, we could be 100 to 200 ish less watts of total system power being used. So you know, that's really cool. I don't know if any of these translate to this being a good card for my streaming build. Many of these things, you know, will not overlap. But, you know, in general, though, a more powerful card is a more powerful card. So usually that will add up to, oh, what we got here? Ah, thanks for the follow. What do we got? Dagna. Thank you, Shazia. Appreciate the follow. Oh, and I'm multi-streaming, so there'll be interactions and stuff across the internet in case you're, you know, over on Twitch wondering what the hell I'm talking about. That was on Kick. It's doing that thing again. I'm not sure why it does that. Only thing I can guess is that maybe do these tests run at 4K? And since I have my monitor set to 1440, maybe it's getting confused. I don't know. You can't see it on stream. Like on stream, it's like it looks normal. I don't understand how or why it's happening this way, but whatever. Oh yeah, get it. Sorry, no data available. That's fine. I don't need that fucking data anyway. Speedway 5678. 5678. Average 56.79. 56.79. So it's almost like the score. Okay. So averaging about 6 to 7-ish higher FPS than the 3080 Ti for the Win 3 Ultra, and we're getting 6 to 700 higher points on the score. Well, they just use your FPS for the score, but whatever. So let's see, what kind of temps were we hitting on this poor thing? 70, 74, 70 to 74, I'd say. 72, 74, so almost the same since we hit a 74. Almost the same as the other one. Alright, so let's move on down. I didn't look at the fucking watts. What the fuck? Should I run it again? Yeah, it's a short test. Let's just run this one again. Man. If I would just pay attention more, perhaps we could be done already. I don't know. This is one of my more favorite tests, simply because it's just, you know, quick. It's done. Got motorcycles and shit, but some of these other tests, you can get so fucking sick and tired of them because they seemingly, it seems like they take forever to complete the test because there's, you know, multiple parts to the test and stuff. Here we are, we're at like 413, 412 watts. So we're in the 410s. Just see if it goes any higher than that. Bam. Okay, that one's done. And so we're in the 410s. Alright, so I would say 410 to 415. Temperatures, we topped out at like 73 this time, I want to say. Alright, so 5671, a little less than last time. 56.72. 72, 73 on the temps, and system power 410 to 415. Alright, let's head over to Still Nomad. Normal Still Nomad for now. Okay, go. Another good test because it's, you know, doesn't take too long to complete. So, like this one as well. Yeah. Alright, so 4864. Okay, so kind of barely beat it. 4864. And then FPS 4864. 48.64. Temperatures. 70. Yeah, we got up to 76, we'll say. Dude, I did not look at the watts again. What the flip, dude? Let's just pop it again. Pay attention this time, Jones. Damn it. Okay, so that looked like it had like a spike at the very end up to the 430s. Okay, so that looked like. All right, audio's good. Okay, cool. So that was interesting. All right, moving on to. Let me turn this down for me. Okay, baby steps. Alright, I guess we could do Sterling Nomad Lite as well. Yeah, getting that thing where my brain doesn't work. What the heck? Hate that. Let me have some chocolate. See if this helps. Hopefully. Okay, so still beating the 3080 Ti. Going from an average of 144 FPS to 164 FPS on the light version of Nomad. Temperatures, running temperatures for the GPU remain the same-ish, but power draw, total system power draw is way different. So the 3080 Ti for the Win 3 Ultra was hitting 600-ish watts total system power, right? On the still Nomad Lite. This one, 410 to 420. So almost, not quite, but almost 200 watt difference when you're looking at the total system power draw. That's crazy. That is flipping crazy. Alright, so now let's go ahead and do Port Royal. Where the fuck is it at? Aha, here we go. And run. And another thing I'm noticing with my build is my setup seems to dial itself in on a lot of, you know, the next runs. I don't know if that's 3D Mark or if it's like, you know, the system warms up to that test. So some of these tests that I'm only testing one time, they'll go up a percentage or two on the next run. Like we can see that with even with the 5070 on some of the times I've ran it more than once, but we saw it a lot with the 3080 Ti and a lot with the 5080, where it was just no changes to anything, just whatever it automatically adapts itself, and it was scoring better on run 2 and 3 than it did on the previous ones. So it's kind of cool. Just a little funky observation. 410 to 416 so far. Yep, 410 to 416 watts. Yay, when you pay attention, you don't have to repeat tests, Jones. 410, 416. Oh no, I'm gonna sneeze. Achoo! Achoo! Oh, good grief. Oh, that sneeze nearly killed me. Okay. Alright. And we got a 13849. No, 41. So 13841. Bloop. and we were averaging 64.08, 4.08. So went up like 8 or 9 FPS points on average. It's pretty good uplift. And what kind of temperature did we hit here? 75. And yeah, we made 76. Yeah. So it ran a little cooler actually than the 3080. Okay. Next, let's just jump over into Wukong. And let's see, I guess we'll wait. No. Before I get out of this, I forgot. At the bottom, I have some more 3D Mark tests. Where is it? Excuse me. Yeah, let's just do these last ones that I used for the 12900KS system. Did a couple tests here. I might do the stress test, but I'll do that at another time. But for right now, actually, I'm only going to attempt to do Solar Bay Test 1 and Wildlife Extreme. Yeah, so excuse me, Test 1. What the frig am I even talking about? Let's get rid of that. Solar Bay. Okay, so let's come on down. There's only one version, right? Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and run that just so we have, since we have 3D Mark open. The only one I might do like completely, like, I guess separately, will be that stress test, because it does like 20 loops. So I don't want to have to wait for that. So that can run while I do my set, like when I'm done with all the other testing and I'm doing my setup. Because the next thing I'm going to do, I don't know if I'll be streaming any of it. I might stream like the unboxing of some of the items that I'm going to use in my build. But it's just so much work to try to freaking get everything to fit on this table under the camera. I think I'd rather record it and then, you know, maybe a year from now or whatever, I can upload it to my YouTube. I don't fucking know. Takes me forever to get anything ready for my editor. Most of the time they're just like waiting on me. So I can see definitely the 5070 being a decent card, and you know, this is so far we're testing this thing, you know, like kind of straight up. We're not trying to use any frame gen or any DLSS so far, because so far we're just hitting 3D Mark stuff. And so even under those circumstances, I don't know if it's necessarily worth an upgrade from a 3080 Ti, let's say. Like if that's what you're coming from. I mean, it's better. You know, it is more performant. But is it worth the fight to get one, and then also, you know, paying over MSRP and all that kind of stuff? I wouldn't necessarily say that, no. So it does depend on where you're coming from. But maybe if it's like, if you're coming from something that's 3080-ish or lower, then it would be, yeah, that'd be a pretty good uplift, I think. So we gotta look at the score. right there, which I forgot to do the score on this one, but whatever. Sometimes it's better to look at the FPS averages than the score anyway, so it's not the end of the world. 999. So again, this is a very lightweight test, not necessarily but you know, some games are lightweight, so it's, you know, I try to test as many different things as possible. But whatever. 353.61 and then 372.17, 372.17. Oh no, buddy's falling asleep. All right, hold on. Hold on, buddy. Let me just punch these numbers in. 354.05. Maybe we do the test now. That way I could go. Wait, buddy. Wait for daddy. 5, 6. Highest GPU temps. We got up to 73, 74. Let's call it 75 to be safe, because we were, you know, we were encroaching upon that. All right, cool. Did all that, right? All right, so let's go ahead and we'll run. Which one did we do? Light. Okay, so we're gonna do Steel Nomad light stress test, and then I'll be back. All right, well, damn, that's a stable ass fucking GPU right there. So I have not done this on the 5080 yet, but in the past I've tried to do this on the 3080 Ti, on the 1080 Ti, and I've tried the 3080 Ti in multiple different systems, and I was never able to pass this Steel Nomad Lite stress test, which I guess it just wants consistent performance. That's the metric for passing. So the two metrics for passing are obviously, one, it cannot crash, which is a no-brainer, and two, even if it doesn't crash and it goes through all the tests without crashing, it has to have a certain percentile, maybe it's 97% or above, of, you know, like a consistent frame rate. Where the fuck frame rate is that? Here we go. So whatever consistency measurements they use, right, to call it a pass, right? And so this one's at 99%. It passes. That's fucking good, man. Very, very good. That's a win for this card. Absolutely, a fucking win. Congratulations, PNY, making a stable mother flippin' GPU here. So let's see, what was the highest? Like 75, 76, wait, 76, we'll say 77 so far, because it was dipping close to 77. Just want to make sure there wasn't like a 78 in there or something, so we'll say 77 for that. And then I still need to test the 5080 with this eventually. But for now, I'm really glad for that. Because we have two different 1080 Ti's that are in two different systems, one in a 5950X and one in a 12900KS system. Different GPUs, same model, 1080 Ti basically. One's EVGA, one's NVIDIA, but different cards physically. And we had different CPUs, different motherboards. Both of those failed. The 5950X system looks like it came dangerously close to passing this stress test. It was at 96.9. I think if it's 97 or above percent, it's fine. The 3080 Ti, it will get through it. Sometimes it crashes. In this case, it crashed. This is all on the spreadsheet. I'm just reading these off, talking out loud, but all that is on the spreadsheet that I've been sharing. I'm gonna reshare the link because it's probably buried, and I'll pin it to the to my Twitch and my YouTube chat in a moment. But yeah, so then we got the 1080 Ti on the 12900KS. It only got a 95% score, so that was considered a fail, even though it made it through. I didn't notice the temperatures on that. So let me see. I guess I'll go ahead and share. I'll pin those in a minute. So let's just get Wildlife Extreme going. We'll grab that. I'm not gonna do Swarm Test anymore. That was just kind of like, for me, it's just cool looking and it's a nice little screensaver. But it's not mainstream enough to be useful for most people. So I'm not gonna use that, even though I have it on the spreadsheet. That's not gonna be something I use for these comparisons. That'll be something I'll do like for a separate type of a deal probably. But what the fuck was that? Bloop bloop. That was a strange little bloop bloop. Why did I have a bloop bloop noise? I'm plugged in. Oh, I am not. I'm not plugged in. Yeah, gotta plug in, man. You gotta plug in. if you want to keep this charged, you don't want it to die. No, don't fucking mess with the menu button. Dude, monitors are fucking bullshit to try to plug into. What the hell? Where is the USB port here? Try this. Try to use my right hand and lean this way. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, let's see. Let's make sure. That's fine. Go ahead and share this. I forgot. I have it. Where the fuck? Share. Copy link. Yes. Okay. Cool. We'll just pop open Chrome real quick. Wait. Okay, where's my chat here? Okay, so the first place I'm gonna pin it is gonna be over on YouTube. So my main YouTube channel is just Jonesie Dude. Okay. Alright, so I chatted it, and I'm also going to pin it. So it's in the chat on the YouTube, and it's pinned, and now I'm going to do the same thing over on Twitch. So once you get that link, if you want to go back to your preferred viewing portal, you know, you could just pop into either the YouTube or the Twitch, and then grab the link, and then you can always pop back to your D-Live or your Kick or wherever the hell you like to watch things. Okay, cool. Alright, so now we should be good. Okay, grabbed all that info. Wildlife time, and which one? Extreme. Okay. Wildlife Extreme. Okay. And then we can go to some of the game benchmarks, knock some of those out. Yo, sorry for the late notice. I had stepped away quite a few times, but over on Rumble, thanks for the follow. Emerson, appreciate that. Are you Ralph Waldo Emerson? Okay, so here we go. We got a 39,655, so it's a little less than the score we got with the 3080 Ti, but that was on a 12900 KS system. And that system with the 3080 Ti in some test was beating the 7950X 3D on some of the and there's two things, you know, obviously it's a different CPU, but I was running those tests slightly differently. So that was a different comparison. That was a 1080 Ti versus a 3080 Ti comparison inside of that 12900 KS system. So under those test results, I was not using OBS for projector. I was just doing a straight up pass-through screen capture with the capture card. So in a lot of ways that one was working less hard. Had less things running in the background, etc. 237.46. What's the highest temperatures? What were we hitting here? 76. We'll say 77. Looking like so far. Yeah, 77 degrees. So far, all the other tests that we've done with the 5070 in the same exact system, it has beaten the 3080 Ti. So I feel if we threw this 5070 over there with the 12900 KS and tested on those same conditions, it would do better than it's doing now. So again, that's what I alluded to earlier. These scores that I'm getting are not representative of what you can get these cards to do. I might try to do a separate stream for just seeing, well, how high can you get them to score from an amateur like me. This is if you got you got other things running and you happen to play a game, how do they compare to each other on this same system? That's basically what I'm doing with these GPUs. But there is quite a bit of room to push these scores higher on these GPUs. All right, so now we're going to go back because I think we're done with 3D Mark. So now we can see which testing we're going to do with the Wukong. Let's see what we can do over there. Alright, let's go down. Let's grab this. Go ahead and launch it. Yeah, normal, regular, whatever. So maybe I'll try to max all the settings. I'll try 2 different tests on this. I don't want to go through the insane amount of different testing I was doing before. What I'm going to attempt to do is do 2 different tests. First will be max all the settings except for the ray tracing. Leave those off, right? And then the second test will be to have the same settings but then turn on ray tracing. Again, this is the low tier of the 50 series GPUs or the 5000 series. I don't know, it's not marketed to max settings, but I just want to see how it compares on the higher end of things. The only thing let's see, what are we running at? Yep, 1440. Perfect. Okay, we're still at borderless. Very good. The only thing I'm wondering is if I should turn off DLSS. I'm not going to turn on frame gen no matter what. Let's just turn those to very high. So I can do, this is closer to native if I do that. Or I think it uses native resolution and it just uses this bullshit upscaling only on the anti-aliasing stuff, I think. So that's definitely harder to run. Let's see if we can apply that. Alright, we'll see. Let's just run it like that. So basically this would be what I would consider max settings with no frame gen, no ray tracing, and wait, actually, oh, there's cinematic, never mind. Cinematic, let's do cinematic. My bad. Alright, now we're at max settings. Thank you. Oh, wait, we missed some. Gotta get them all. Alright, so now cinematic is definitely, what is this weird noise? Oh, Kick is blowing up today with the advertisement. Man. Thank you. Thank you for dropping by over on Kick. Alright, so again, cinematic now. That's more correctly max settings. And then resolution at 100. Okay, let's back out and make sure they stuck. See, yeah, 1440. Then we got the graphic, yada yada yada. Okay. Let's see how low these numbers are going to be. These FPS numbers. Hey, 40s. All right. And again, let me remind you, I have everything set to cinematic. I am not using DLSS for the resolution to upscale. It is only the anti-aliasing that is getting some BS upscaling. And frame gen is off, which, you know, you should only ever turn frame gen on if, you know, you can. I'm trying to remember what, I don't know if it was Hardware Unbox or someone else, but they were showing for it to look nice, do not turn frame gen on unless you actually kind of already have decent FPS, right? Like maybe if you have 60 FPS but you want it to run, see that spot, I don't know what's up, maybe it's my hard drive, but no matter what GPU I have, that spot sometimes glitches. Anyway, they were recommending do not use frame gen unless you got, you know, kind of good frames already and you just want like to get some high frame rate. So they were saying it's really awful when you have the low FPS and you're trying to get average, like a good average FPS. It's just horrible looking. So, like for me, I don't know. A lot of these things look horrible to me anyway, but it could, maybe it's my eyes. There's a ton of fucking shit I don't like graphically about games in general. Like I hate depth of field effects. Like blurring you know, the outside edges of things at certain different radiuses, I hate it. Oh, thank you. Like to me, it's like my eyes will blur. I don't need double blur. Same with motion blur. I don't need that either. Alright, so the 13, the minimum, that's a little misleading because that's just that spot. I don't know what happens at that spot. Like something that's probably only particular to my system. Because this happens with the 3080, the 5080, and now the 5070 on this exact system. Where we have that weird drop right there. Sometimes it doesn't do that. But I'd say like at least half of the time I get a drop there. That's some good Zevia. Alright, so let's alt tab out here. Start pumping in these numbers. So we went max settings. So we gotta skip down to Wukong bench number 5. Let me see. I gotta find one where ray tracing is off. Where the hell? Alright, so the closest one is in here. So there we go. So it's not like for like, unfortunately. But once we get down here where we max all settings with the RTX on, then that will be more like for like. So this is slightly different. You know, on these we were hitting the 75 DLSS, but we have ray tracing on, right? Here we traded it out and we did ray tracing off with DLSS 100. Okay, minimum, yeah, there's that BS. 13, that drop. Okay, max FPS 53. Low fifth 40. 6.4. GB. Okay, so this one will end up being that. So we can go back in now and just crank up the RTX. We should. So we're definitely looking to be lower than 36 average, or you know, something is differing about the two tests. So 100. This, yep, well, now let's turn this one on. Yep, let's do very high, keep everything else cinematic. Okay, apply, and then on this one, they just make you restart the benchmark for the RTX stuff. Okay, let's just confirm 1440. Okay. 100. Very high. All cinematic. Okay. Let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. Alright, let's see. So yeah, I think that's about what we expected. So it's better than the 3080 Ti, but obviously worse than the 5080. I wouldn't consider this playable. This is just, again, comparison. We all would dial in our settings for the frames that we can accept. I think all of us would do that. Which, like for me, for example, would mean that I would turn a bunch of this shit down. 8.4 gigabytes. Okay, and I was looking at it, and yeah, we were hitting like 400 to 405, I'd say. Again, not under these circumstances, but if we come back and fill this in with more testing one day, you know, I would update that if necessary. Okay. So I guess we can move on to Cyberpunk. If you turn on all their recommended stuff, then this thing will absolutely run this like perfectly fine. Like no big deal at all. Alright, so as for Cyberpunk, let's do we'll definitely do borderless window. Maybe we'll do two with that one as well. So we'll do this where it's DLSS off, mostly high settings, and borderless window. That's probably where we're gonna fucking roll out with this first test, and then we'll try with RT on. Well, it's locked at 4K, so I gotta change some of the settings. Even though I can't actually on my monitor see them, I'll see if it shows up on the stream capture of it. Because if it does, then I can definitely change it that way. Wait, did it correct itself? I don't think it did. Nope. Okay. Alright, let's see. How do we get to... See, that's the play, right? Is it this? No. This. No. This. Alright, cool. Okay. Whew. Alright, hold on. No. No. No, damn it. Which one was it? No, no, yes. Nope. This. Okay. Here we go. Drop that down to 1440. How do you apply it? Yes. Back. Sure you want to? Yes. Yes. Now we can fucking see. Okay. Now let's go ahead and double check. Let's turn down that. Let me double check in case we noted that it was 4K. I had it set 4K testing a monitor, this one, so I wasn't, that's not from the previous test. Yeah, we were running at 1440. Okay, perfect. So let's go back and see, just be careful that nothing else has changed. I might turn that off. I think that's what we do. I'll have to check. But let me check this part. Yep, borderless. We're going 1440 borderless. And ray tracing off on this first one. Everything's like, you know, high-ish, ultra, whatever. We're doing all high and ultra. So that's max settings, it looks like. Now we need to turn off. There it is, perfect. Alright, cool. So we turn off that thing, whatever that's called, DLSS stuff. Okay, double check our resolution. Okay, and then we'll double check what we need here. DLSS off, mostly high settings, borderless window. This one, so it's gonna be slightly different here. Here we're doing max settings, but with RT off. And then we'll do it again with them on. Let's go. Let's see what the 5070 can do. Damn good results. Damn good results. Okay. Tab up. Okay. I think that's pretty much the same. This looks to be in line. We have, you know, the scores are lower than the 5080 but higher than the 3080 Ti. So I think we're right on the same settings here. Let me just go ahead and pull this back so I can see. Alright, so average was 103. 24. Minimum 87. 8739. Very playable. Holy shit, that is definitely super playable. Max 129.11. 9.11. Time, yep, the 64-ish. 4.25. And then the max number of frames, or the total that it did, was 6633. Look at that. And then I was noticing we're like in the, what, 450s on the power usage. That's not bad at all, man. Shoot. Okay, so we skipped this first test. We didn't want to overlap with whatever this like stuff was with DLSS on. Didn't want to really fuck with that. So now we can just keep everything the same, but turn ray tracing on. And my gosh, see, and ray tracing all on, and see how bad it gets. Let's see, let's exit. I like to exit out and then go back in to the settings. Doesn't. I don't think it matters. But you never know. Some settings are really wonky and don't like to apply when you're in the middle of the game or the benchmark. Alright, so leave everything the same. 1440, borderless, turn off scaling, frame gen off, ray tracing, turn all three of those on. Da-da-da. And then everything else should have stayed the same. Okay. I think it's applied. Good. So we should definitely be lower. Yeah. Yeah, that's not the way to play it. Yeah, I would not enjoy that. I don't give a shit if the ray tracing looked amazing, and for me it actually doesn't look amazing any damn way. The lighting, etc. just kind of looks okay. But what looks horrible, not even okay, is the frame rate. That's definitely bad. And in Cyberpunk's engine, whatever the hell that engine is, Red Engine or whatever the fuck they call their engine, that engine does not like low frame rates. Like on the Wukong, at least on the benchmark engine, you know, I don't know how gameplay would probably be worse, but in the benchmarks for those engines, Wukong looks kind of how you would describe as passable with these type of frame rates, right? Whereas in this one, no can do. That does not even look barely fun. Okay, so it looks like we're kind of in line. It's pretty much, you know, I think this is what we expected. So we're definitely lower than that 5080. But for whatever reason, the 3080 Ti is able to pretty much match this thing when you turn on ray tracing. In fact, maybe slightly better, the 3080 Ti. I don't know. Max is 2996. I think they trade off certain things, so I'd say we'll call them even. Time 6417. This is not a max out the ray tracing card. In fact, most cards are not a max out the ray tracing card. 1557. Alright. But you know, we know what we're dealing with pretty much. And that's just a heads up for anybody that's, you know, looking at it. This is what you can this is the uplift you can expect from a 3080 Ti. So 3080 Ti, you're looking at 80s average frame rate. If you don't use DLSS, you mostly pretty much max out the settings except for no ray tracing. And then I don't know if borderless or full screen makes any big differences. It's possible it does, so I was just noting it here. But anyway, you go from 80s to the 100s, you know, like 103 average. So it's not bad of an uplift. Let's move on to an older game here. Let's do Dirt. Let me see here. Exit. Yes. Another thing I think all games should have is both options when you say exit, right? Should say, do you want to exit to main menu or to desktop? Because sometimes you just want to get the fuck out. Alright, so dirt, I don't have to do anything except make sure we're at ultra and we're at 1440. And then of course, since I have some kind of VR thing, was it the Meta Quest thing for my headset, every time I open dirt, it tries to open with it for whatever reason. Even though I have yet to try out dirt in any kind of VR mode. Might be kind of hairy. Alright, so let's make sure 1440, maxed everything right there. Keep those exactly how we had them. Alright, cool. No, we don't need a loop. We just need one run. Let's go. The one thing I noticed with the 3080 Ti that I hated, and maybe even the 5080, I'm not sure. See that glitch? I don't know if it's because this is an older game and we're hitting very high frame rates that it's not, you know, they weren't necessarily coding it for that. It glitches out at certain effects or certain like transitions between like third person view to bumper view, in-car view, some of the transitions to these different views, and it just freaks out and does this like hard like flash kind of glitch. Which makes it seem like the code is like held together with duct tape, kind of like metaphorically speaking. Makes it seem like it's just patched together. But this game still looks damn good. See that? See how it just like flashes in like that? That's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, all those should have been worked out in my opinion, especially since the transitions happen in your benchmark. Like, you think you would have noticed that during all your in-house testing. Or maybe it's just a quirk with their game engine. Whatever they're using. I don't know. Alright, so once we finish these tests, we're getting close to the end here. The thing I have to do is I gotta do a ton of prep work. So I actually have to clone the hard drive to a different SSD, my operating system for this gaming rig. I have to decide, I have 3 different computers and I'm swapping cases. I have to decide which case goes to which build. I had wanted to give this Proart case that you see the gaming rig is held into right now. I had wanted to give that one to my daughter for her build. I thought it would be kind of a nice gesture because it says art on it. And she does a lot of artsy stuff. But she may end up with, here on the little camera, see that's the gaming rig. Here's the streaming rig, right? So this is the streaming PC right here. It's in a Lian Li, I don't know if you can see that, but Lian Li DeBauer edition Evo, one of those dynamic Evos. I'm not sure the exact one, whichever the fuck one it is. Let me just snap a photo of these results in case it times out. So I'd wanted to give her that one. But because of the fans, I can set these fans here and have like them be exhaust fans. And the way it would be like set up on the right side of her desk, it would make sure that all of the hot air is thrown away from her, right? Which would be much more preferable than those kind on her right side are hitting like there's an angled wall that the back of these cases will hit. And so all the hot air just kind of gets circled around back to her in her desk area, in her office. So I'm curious, as I've said many times, I'm very curious if it would be better if she had this set up to get all that heat, you know, kind of going to the other side of the office. It'd be a lot more comfortable in there. And it would also line up, there's a, I forgot what it's called, but there's an AC like exit vent, you know, so there's an intake, or there's a vent for the cold air that comes in to her office, but then there's also kind of like a pressurizing, or you know, helps with any extra pressure overflow. There's a exhaust vent, or vent for it to go out of her office. It's one of those balancing things that balances the pressure in different parts of your house, like a return vent. That's what I'm trying to think of. So there's an AC return vent that would line up perfectly with where these fans would actually face on the side of this dynamic O11. So I would make those exhausts, and then it would just whoosh, goodbye. We'd get rid of all those things. I don't know. All right, let's just try to smash these numbers in. Bring you over. Dirt. And total score, where are we at? Or total frame, sorry. 45,549. 45,549. So older games, yeah, we're beating the 3080 Ti by about 10,000 frames. The average frame rate goes from 168 to 221 on this card. So if you're looking to play a mix of not just new stuff, but even like older titles, you get benefit there too. I mean, unless, let me caveat that, if you don't know, 32-bit physics is absolutely destroyed on these 5000 series GPUs, okay? So you're shit out of luck if you're playing like an older, I'm not sure exactly which ones use 32-bit, but let's just say like an older Borderlands, that if it is a 32-bit specifically physics implementation and not a 64-bit one, then it will run like ass if you turn physics on. Let's see, max 267.46. But as far as like raster, just pure grunt, as it were, this 5070 is definitely out muscling, or maybe it's out finessing, I'm not sure which, but it's out muscling the 3080 Ti here on this older game. Alright. Now, Dune is another one that I fucking tested the ever flippin' fuck out of on some of these. So you can see, like in the blue, I did like multiple different takes. That's not going to happen here. We're going to maybe at most do 2 tests. At most. Alright. All right, continue. Okay. Can you just back out like this? Yay, you can. I always forget if it's escape to exit or if you gotta find the fucking menu item that says escape. Alright, so Dune Awakening benchmark. That's up next. Oh, damn. What was that? Oh, another follow. Hey, thank you so much. Alexander, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. I am multi-streaming, just a heads up to everybody. So if you see me chatting it up with someone that seemingly is not in the chat that you're a part of, it's probably because I'm chatting to someone in a completely different chat somewhere else on the internet. It's basically like, you know, dimension jumping. Jumping from one dimension to another. Or like the multiverse. I am on the streaming multiverse. Of course. So every time you put a new fucking GPU in, you gotta redo all the shaders. Yeah, but again, that was over on Kick. Thank you for the follow. Hope you have a good day. It's also why there's, you know, unfortunately, with a Momo like me, since I'm multi-streaming to so many places, I do sometimes miss chats. Yes, I know, it's horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Bad, Jonesy, bad. But it's not always just me being a Momo. Most of the time it probably is. But sometimes it's because these damn multi-chat implementations that are supposed to, you know, bring all your different chats from different streaming services into one. A lot of times those break. That's very, very common. Ooh, should we go like what? What settings should we use here? DLSS balanced, excuse me, with max settings. Okay. So test one will be DLSS and balanced. Screen percentage. Don't want to touch that. Frame gen off. Everything else ultra. For whatever the fuck that's worth. Okay. Let's run the benchmark. No, we're punching some 80 to 120 so far on the frame rate split here. Pretty good. Damn, this is taking longer than I had expected. We are burning up daylight. I like that. That aircraft is really cool. It's like a dragonfly kind of. Some cool stuff in the Dune narrative universe or lore. Pretty damn cool. Alright. Let's see if we were close at all with our settings. Yeah, I think we were. Because we're like right in the middle, so to speak, between the 3080 Ti and the 5080 again. So really cool. Let's punch these in. 141.5. 113.8. 97.7. 97.7. Okay. Let's see. Next one, village, is 158.3. 3. And then 127.2. Sketchy people walking around today. 82.4. 0.4. Alright, damn. Whoa, that's okay. 180.5. This is how we're going to have to do it. 180.5er. 152.9. 152.9er. And the minimum is 126.4. 126.4. Okay, so now we will turn DLSS off, I believe. See how that goes. Because sometimes I've in the past made the mistake of turning it to using DLAA, which is kind of mostly DLSS off. But then there's still like some anti-aliasing stuff that is DLSS controlled. So I have made that mistake sometimes, though it's not a huge hit. I think it's really dumb that I do that. Anyway, let's just check that out. Come on, yes, wake the sleeper, guys, if you want that. Alright, DLSS off. Thank you. Confirm it. Close. Run your benchmark. Okay, be right back. Boom. All right, let's see. Those are comparable. Yep. I mean, you never know. It's possible that the 5080 was running on the DLAA version, and that could explain like the obscenely higher frame rates here. So I'm gonna note that may have been DLAA. There we go. Boom. All right, so this one was basically this, so we can go ahead and pop that right in there. All right, 82. It did score higher than the 3080 Ti, although, come on, dude, where's this decimal shit? Hold on. Decimal. I forgot how to do it. Aha, here we go. There we go. Fine. Okay. 65.8. 65.8. 57.9. Let's pull this right here. So now we're looking at 90 even. 71.5. Fiver. 56.5er. Okay, now we got a peak and then go back. 119.2. 93.9. 76.9. All right, cool. So now we can move on to F1. I hate that it wastes the time by showing this every flipping time, dude. Like, they should have it in the menu somewhere. Like once you get it once, then it should show up here. Here, click here for code. Just tired of that. Alrighty. F1 is next. We'll wait for this to turn off. F1, and what did we do? We just did the, the full power. One test. Okay, let's go. Good, I like that. So every time you change the GPU, this stupid game changes all of the fucking settings back to the low. Bullshit. Confirm. Accept. Okay. Looks good. Advanced. Ultra low. No. Ultra everything, my guy. Except for maybe that. I think I leave that off. That's fine. Okay. go to regular, okay, clear, cycle, yep, we do, I think we do 4 laps, right? That's what I normally do. FPS counter, yep, no loop, no thanks. Run it. Let's go. Okay. Where's the counter? Where's the FPS? Where is it? I forget. Is it in the top somewhere? I don't remember where the hell it shows up at. Oh, there it goes. Dude. 270s. Alright. It'd be funny if your FPS like synchronized with the speed of your car. Can you imagine? Like when you're like just putting around it, you know, I don't know, the pit road or something, and you're like running at 20 FPS, and then out here you're in the 160s. That'd be kind of funny. Did it crash? Ginger, why are you leaving? What happened? Oh, okay. Whatever. Oh, we hit 300 something FPS. Look at that. That's crazy. So this is more than enough to play this older F1 game. It's like the more you play it, the better the card gets at running the game. That's so weird. Whatever. Like it settles into a temperature where it's like, okay, I can handle this temperature. I got my fans blasting or whatever. Got my clocks locked in at a nice boost. And it just starts churning it out, man. What the fuck? Hold on. Okay, what the heck? Let's see how it compared. Total 131.72. It matched the 5080. Alright, it is possible there's a setting that went amiss, right? However, it's also possible we're hitting the limits of the game, but I don't know. That's too. Maybe we are, because if it's exact the number of total frames. Look at this, 131,072. Like not even like one frame different, right? That kind of feels like we're hitting the limits of the engine of this game. So what was our minimum? Was 257. Our average was actually, what the fuck, 365. And then our max FPS 464. What was our minimum frame time here? 2.15. 2.15 ms. Definitely possible we're hitting the ceiling of this thing. And sometimes when you have a card that really hits the ceiling hard, it like kind of rubber bands and bounces back down because it's kind of jarring, because it's like it's max boosting its clocks, and then when it hits a ceiling, right, then those clocks don't need to stay maxed, and so it tries to anticipate that, or not anticipate, but it tries to react to that, I guess. And then you can get some crashes. Not crashes of it crashing, but like the frame rate can like crash back down. But it makes me curious if I should try to turn on those shadows. I thought I usually kept those off, but I'm not sure if I do or I don't. Let's see. Let's try to. I'm just gonna do one lap with some double checking that we're maxing out everything. 1440, 239. Yep. Windowed, auto. Yeah, that's fine. Off on the VSync. No limits on frame rate. All that is maxed out. Well, except for the checkerboard, I don't really know which is better, or which is harder to run. So I'll leave that alone, I guess. And then here we've got everything maxed out. Again, except for I don't know which one of those would be better, so I just leave that. And then I can try to have those shadows on this time. Nothing else I really need to change. Benchmark, we still go to that same track. Minor, cycle it, drop down to one lap, counter on, loop, nope, run it. Okay, so one lap shouldn't take too long, we'll just do that. See if the shadows cause the average FPS to be significantly different or something. Maybe, who knows. But running, again, running the test shorter, that can also change the averages. But I'm just curious. If it goes down significantly, then maybe that's what happened. And I had shadows on the previous test for the 5080. Yeah, I kind of feel like it looks better the second time I'm looking at it, so maybe Because I remember the first time I ran the 5080, I was like, damn, this game looks good. So maybe, just maybe, those shadows were on. I mean, we're still hitting 400 FPS, dude. This 5070 don't give a fuck. And then, you know, I think there are some games that just like high clocks on the GPU. And that just helps them run really well. And that if you just throw bigger GPU die at it, or more power, it's not necessarily what they like. They just like higher megahertz. Give me more clock speed. So it could be the case here. And then another alternative obviously is different days. Computers run differently sometimes. And this is a completely different day than the day that I tested the 5080. Alright, let me compare things now. Alright, what are we looking at here? So now the minimum was 263, which was higher, which that's kind of to be expected. The longer you run it, the more potential for hitting like a spike on the drop. But our average was 350. Then maximum was 418. Okay. And all those things. So I think that's what happened. Alright, so let's caveat this. I believe this one was tested with those SS RT shadow on. Okay. And then over here we'll do 4 laps SS shad off, and then 1 lap SS shad on, like that. Kind of have to move this over a little. Okay, so then that will give us another data point just for, you know, make sure we are getting as accurate or total picture information as possible. So minimum 263, because there's no way that, you know, unless there's some weird thing with the game's coding, 5070 should not beat a 5080, even though this is a lower powered 5080 in the Zotac solid core one. Now we're averaging 350 now. Okay. And then maximum is 418. Yeah, we're getting more in line. Yeah, I think that I'm kind of feeling that's probably what happened. Okay, so minimum frame time 2.39 ms. And then average is 2.85 ms. And then maximum 3.80 ms. Yeah. Alright, cool. Moving on to Middle Earth. We're gonna skip the 720 test. No need to do that BS. Just go straight to 1440. Let's just move on. Get out of this. Dude, hopefully we're finally getting the hell out of here. Come on. Shadow of Mordor, let's go. This is another game that likes to reset the video settings sometimes, so you gotta pay attention to this thing. Full screen, sure, whatever. Yep. Yeah, let's just make sure. I don't trust this fucking thing. All right, advanced. Oh, sorry. This is already maxed out. Let's just apply. I just want to make sure it stays. Damn it. Benchmark me. Let's go. Okay. You see, where we at? Shadow Mordor 1440. We averaged 268.05. 268.05. Maxed at 708.11. Oh, I didn't even look. I'm gonna have to look at the YouTube playback. Minimum was 80.50, 80.50. So yeah, right in between those two. Totally fine. All right, let's just roll back on the YouTube. See if we can see what we were hitting here. 370s. Okay, 380s. I'm gonna say 370 to 385. That will be the spread. 385. Boom. So way more efficient. Okay, and now let's fucking exit this game. Click OK. Quit. Yes. Shadow War. Launch this. Okay, I'm gonna make sure. Yep, 1440. Don't have any limits. Okay. Ultra stuff is still on. Alright, we should be good. Run that benchmark. Okay, snap a picture. Alright, Alt-tab it. Nope, wrong one. There we go, that's better. Whoops, darn it. Fat finger. Okay, here we go. Okay, average FPS 181. Again, right in between those two, that's perfect. The simulation thing, 5.8 ms. Next one is 5.7 ms. Sorry. And then the GPU was 0.04 or 0.4. Sorry. And total frame time 5.8 ms. So yeah, we're like right in between the two. That's pretty damn amazing. Alright, so the max FPS we were hitting was 369. And the minimum was 41. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, so now on Monster Hunter Wilds, that's another one I went freaking bananas, the testing. So I'm going to treat it similarly to the previous two, where I'm only really concerned with everything maxed, but whether or not, what happens with ray tracing and no ray tracing. So that's going to be the next thing we test. Quit this, yes. Oh fuck, it has to do these shaders. Ugh. What a crock of shit, dude. Well, anyway, we'll see. See how long this takes. I'll be back. Yo, Tony, what's up, man? Sorry, I had just stepped away. Testing out the 5070 today. Guess I gotta double check my options here. In the background. Hey, thanks. Cool. How am I doing? Oh man, I'm doing good. Just so freaking busy. And then I've been trying to string together some streams as well. So I have thrown up some streams the past couple weeks or whatever. But then even while I'm streaming, thankfully it's mostly like been testing things. Even during that, I'm just back and forth doing things. It's crazy. So what you playing right now? Let's see. So I always set this to ultra, then I turn off this. Wait, let me see here. So I turn off, wait, what are my settings again? Hold on. No DLSS, 1440, and ultra settings. Okay, so I think we're good. That is off. And then we don't have the ray tracing for this first test. Okay, I think we're good. Let's double check. Yep, 1440. Make sure it's stuck. Alright, benchmark. Let's go. Oh yeah. That's another, the finals is another one of those arena types where it closes in on you. I'm trying to remember. That's cool. Check my security cameras. There's a lot of traffic out there today. I'm being nosy. Why are there so many cars? What the fuck? People scoping out my shit. Well, my cheapo cameras are loading slowly. Alright, whatever. Maybe it'll load here in any second. Arcade shooter with gadgets. Ooh, lots of destruction. Oh, that sounds cool. Sounds like what Crackdown 2 online was supposed to be. Where you can like take down like, you know, the environments and stuff as you're fighting. But that, you know, that never lasted long enough for me to like try it out, I guess. I played a little bit of the single player on that. It's cool. I forget what I was playing recently. I mean, obviously a lot of benchmark shit, but what the fuck was I playing not too long ago? I have been trying to little by little do, you know, some more. I wanted to do some more on the Kazan thing, but oh, you never played Crackdown 2? Yeah, I only played the single player. And I don't know from first-hand knowledge, but apparently a lot of people it didn't make it because it just, I don't know, it's like they didn't release the full version of the online, or maybe it was ass. I don't know, so I never got to test that. But you were supposed to be able to like destroy like skyscrapers and shit in the online versus each other. It felt like Saints Row the Third, but more serious. Well, not a lot more serious, just slightly more serious. Is what Crackdown 2 was like. Do you usually do PC or Xbox, or what systems is the finals on? You were watching It's Creek, blah 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 this week. Oh, okay. That's a TV show? Awesome. Yeah, like sometimes I like to have like multiple things going at the same time when I game. Or I've even like, there's been times that I don't know if I could still do this because I don't know, it must be old age, but like my brain is a little bit slower, or maybe even quite a bit slower than it used to be, especially with multitasking. But I used to do similar things where I would have like a YouTube or something, like I'd be watching someone like Uber Hacks or Nova videos. I'd be listening to music. I'd be playing a game that and I'd be streaming that game, right? And then I would also have, like, from time to time when I was trying to study for different certifications, this is way back when, I would have like certification videos on YouTube for like networking or, you know, Cisco or whatever. I'd have those from someone called Professor Messer. And that was like, for me, that was the ultimate like multitasking, is let everything absorb through osmosis, basically. Oh, it's everywhere and cross-platform. Oh, I love that. I love when they give you that option. I'm really hoping more and more, like, I mean, I just feel like, except for, you know, there might be like, you know, isolated cases here and there, but I think it's really cool when you get that ability to cross-platform. And the more features that can be cross-platform or cross-save, like bundled all in, like that's even cooler. Like, for me, the ultimate cross-play is if you can like have your account centralized, but then play off of that on the multiple systems. So that way, no matter where you're at, or like if you just happen to change sides, like go from PlayStation to Xbox or vice versa, you know, it's not like you lose that specific run of the game. And then also the fact that you can link up with people on other systems is cool too. Like I know my daughter a lot of times links up with people in certain games, and so they don't always have all the same thing. You know, like some might have Xbox and some are on PC and some are PlayStation. And it's a hell of a lot easier on those games that you can just, you know, hey, it doesn't matter. You can still link up. But all these different fucking implementations, like they have different amounts that you can, like different levels of what they consider cross-platform. Let me see here, Alt Tab. Alright, so we're comparing the non-ray tracing thing here. Oh, I love, yeah, that's the name, cross progression. That is the bee's niche. Hell yeah. Hackers, multiplayer. I mean, yeah, that's, you know what, that is true. That is true. There is way less hackers on console. So I can definitely see a place for like isolating out PC from cross-platform just because of that. So yeah, I agree with that. And then it just sucks, like it would be good if you had all those options and you could control, like I think in some cases they have it where you can control whether or not you're playing cross-platform with PC or if you're only console. I forget, I've seen a game or two, there's not a bunch of them, but some games allow you to choose that, but then it isolates how many people you can like link up with when everybody's able to just, you know, quickly press, you know, I'll play with anybody. And then the people who only want to play with like consoles, sometimes they can get kind of left out of the larger pools of people. But yeah, hackers are fucked up. You know, if only hackers were only funny, right? If it could only be that way, but it's not. Let's go back to title, and let's see, I think the only thing I should have to do on this is turn on ray tracing. I shouldn't have to change anything else. Let's see here. Options. Everything should stay. Yep, everything. And then we'll just. I think we go to high. Let me see. Alt tab. What did I turn it on as? Yep, high. Okay, cool. So, our tracing is going to be high. Everything else, hopefully nothing weird happened, and it should all be the same. All right, cool. Ooh, it's struggling. Oh, wait, it comes and goes. It's like it struggles, and then it's like, oh, I got it. Then it's like, no, I don't got it. It's one of those things. Yeah, 5070 is in general not going to be your ray tracing choice. It's chugging. Now maybe if I turned on DLSS and or frame gen, maybe. But then again, you'd have to determine what I've learned with frame gen, and even with DLSS sometimes, but especially with frame gen, it's a case by case. There's some games where I'm kind of like, okay, yeah, that looks fine. And then there's other games where it's like, oh hell no, I can't stand it. It looks weird. There's like smearing and things that I don't like, and the outline of things have like an extra kind of blur to them. So sometimes I'd rather sacrifice FPS just so I don't get this blur halo effect on every moving character. I don't like that at all. Yeah, 1440. Yep. Yeah, it's doing amazing. Like the main thing I'm comparing it to is a 3080 Ti and like a higher end 3080 Ti. It's the one I have is a 4-to-Win 3 Ultra from EVGA, and the latest BIOS that they released before they got out of GPUs unlocked the power completely, and so that thing will pull 400 watts by itself in gaming benchmarks, like not even some crazy mining or something like that. No, just gaming. And the 5070 is beating it. Sometimes it's close, depending on the benchmark. Sometimes the results are close to each other. But in general, 5070 is either outworking it or it's just way more like optimized and efficient with the things it's doing. And it does that sometimes with 200 less watts of power usage, which is fucking crazy. So I think if I turn the RT down like just one notch, this would actually look like smooth without frame gen. So that's another thing to keep in mind with the 5070 is you can get, this is me just putting on, I turned on max ray tracing, but you know, you could tweak that too. Turn it down one notch and you probably smooth as butter. Oh yeah, the 9070s are fucking good, dude. Hell yes. And then you saw, I'm sure you've seen it already, but you know, it's probably not recommended. I'm not recommending anyone do this, but if you want it to, you can tune and or you know, play with either the BIOS or whatever of the 9070, and it will outperform 9070 XTs, because they a lot of times the 9070s are clocked higher. Yeah, it's so risky. Holy shit, I know. Like, I was very close one time to doing it on, I don't know if it was the 3080 Ti or one of the other ones I had a while back. I was so close to doing it, but I'm very glad I did not, because, you know, if you're not like on your toes, you could brick the fuck out of something. And I don't know. I don't need that stress right now. Yeah, for real. Exactly. Yeah. I ain't trying to just throw money away like that. You know. I don't even gamble like that. You know what I mean? At least in gambling, if you were to take 600 and you were to like gamble it, at least there's a slight chance maybe you would win something, right? But when you gamble it on your hardware, yeah, no. There's no gain. It's either you come out with just a little bit of FPS, or it's a full loss. Got yourself a nice air cooler that doesn't fit anything else. Alright, so I mean, you know, numbers wise, that looks good. But you know, just to throw it out there, when you're experiencing it and you're watching it, it is a little juddery. So like for this game, and then who knows, like maybe the actual game has better, you know, better updates, you know, patches and stuff, so maybe it runs perfectly fine with those settings on the full game. But for me, I'd probably turn the ray tracing down like just one setting, and I think that would be perfect. So let me see here, 2145. We had a 5947. I mean, amazingly, the 3080 Ti on those same settings was doing 48.7, so 48 FPS, which is not bad. Max settings 1440 with ray tracing high. That's not bad for the 3000 series. Even though, you know, obviously if it was a lower part of the series, then yeah, maybe you'd have a lot more problems with it. Okay, I think we're almost done. I might start up repo just to see how many watts we're pulling while playing that game, and also to see if I can notice what the range in FPS is. And then after that, we have Shadow the Tomb Raider benchmark, some janky VR mark benchmarks, and then some Minecraft, and then I think we'll finally fucking be done. Good grief, dude. This is taking forever, man. Alright, what did I say? Repo. We'll do repo next. My main GPU? Well, I just switched out from the 3080 Ti to the 5080, but the 5080 I got is from Zotac. It's a very, very low tier. It's actually, as far as I know, it's the lowest tier 5080 they have. And it might actually be the lowest tier 5080 you can get. So it's designed to fit in small form factor cases. And it has no factory overclock. It is basically only slightly bigger than this 5070. Same as others. I think, I mean, some of the other ones that have like the better cooling, they will handle. For me, I think you're right. When it comes to gaming, I think it's like pretty much, you know, you're just gaming out, like it's gonna feel the same. So, but with some of these other like benchmarks that I'm trying to be a tryhard on, like 3D Mark stuff, yeah, I'm lower on the scores there. Um, but for me, I got it at MSRP. To me, that was the main thing. I got it at the 1,000 that Nvidia said the 5080 should cost, and so that was to me the only reason. Like those companies that want me to like they wanted me to try and buy 5080s at 13, 14, 15, 16, 1700. Nah, kiss my ass. That is not even that's not even a little bit worth it. All right, so on repo, um, like to me, I would fucking if I couldn't get the 5080 at MSRP, I was definitely getting a 9070 XT, 100%. That's where I was gonna go. Less than 650 a year. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Well, again, you don't have the like one of the lower tier. And again, you know, you're right. At the end of the day, it's not a huge difference. But if I'm going to pay over MSRP, I don't want the lowest tier that the company offers. Unless, of course, you know, it's one of those companies that only has like one or two tiers of things, and it's just like one is RGB and one doesn't have RGB, which at the end of the day, I'm not, you know, I'm not sold on that. Like, it's nice to have, but if I got a good deal on one without RGB, I'm fine with that. That wouldn't matter to me as much. But is you know, for me, if I want to pay a little bit more than MSRP, I want it to have like one of the nicer level of cooling, uh, air cooling things on it. You know what I mean? So that's the thing I was most referring to is when I was shopping for these different Zotacs is if they want me to take their smaller cooler device, yeah, then definitely MSRP. No, there's no other way. Dude, it never saves my stuff. Is it because you got to get to a certain checkpoint or something? I guess that's fine. That way I can see the frame rate from the point of view of starting the level. So it's more of an even-ish. So we're hitting 330 watts to 370 here in the truck. So we'll just go out here. And yeah, about the same. What about FPS? It's hard to see. This fucking counter. 400s? What the fuck? Yeah, this is crazy. So you just grab that. That's cool. Put that right there. See if there's any bullshit in here I can do. Okay. God, this game is kind of scary, but it's not as scary to me as Lethal Company. Lethal Company freaks me out way more. Oh no, look what I did. Smashed the crown. Like Lethal Company just has me like screaming and yelling like a little kid. This one, I sound almost like an adult who's scared when I play this. But Lethal Company, no. Pure scaredy cat kid. So are we still in the 400s? Awesome. This is a lightweight game, so it's not taxing at all. But I just wanted it an interesting comparison. It's something that's kind of current. Hey. Can you put it like right in the crown? Oh shit. Yeah, that's cool. Alright. All black. Cool. Oh yeah, blackout. Nice. Let's get the stealth build, huh? And will I get banned by the mod if I post an image of my setup from Imager? Okay, so as far as I know, I will undo any bullshit that happens. But as far as I know, the only thing that might be is one of my random bots might time out your message or whatever for a link. But that's not what I intend. So if you don't mind me, like, I'll undo it, throw it in there, and then we can see what I need to tweak. Because that would actually help me out. Hell yeah, and it works. Yes, sir. Alright, I'll bring that up on stream. Let me do one more deep dive here. I'm out of energy. What the fuck? No! What is that? What is that? What the fuck is that thing? Okay. You know what? Let's switch to checking out that image. Let's look at that instead. What the fuck, dude? I can't reach my my wheelbarrow. Okay, let me look at the FPS one last time. So we're in the 400s to like 530 range, supposedly. I don't know if that's true or not. Let's imager it up. Oh, that's clean as fuck, dude. I love that keyboard, man. What the hell? Let me see. How do you... Alright. How do you stream things? Let's see. Whoa. Whoa. What is that? And what was I saying? 330s to 360s. Alright, let's get out of this. Well, actually, no. We'll continue Alt-Tab in case it changes. Alright, so FPS was 4,000, no, 400 to 530. And we were looking at 330 to 360. Oh my god, that's scary. What the fuck is that? What the hell is that? Oh, he got me. He got me. I pissed her off. Alright. Okay, intermission screen. Add. Save image. To, I guess, just downloads. Media file. Add source. New source. Add source. Where's my downloads at? Wait, what? Save image. It is in there. Cancel. Cancel. Oh, I did the wrong thing. What the fuck? Jones, you're pissing me off, man. Jones, you're pissing me off, Jones. Image. That's why. You gotta fucking choose an image, Jones. Don't be a Momo. Don't be a Momo like Jones. There it is. Open. Hell yeah, that's a clean build, my dude. Very cool. Very cool. Not even 500. Kill it, no thanks. I don't even want to fight that. Yo, Mirko! Crowcop is back in the chat. What is up? Damn. Damn, we've got Serious Sam here with Tony, and we got Crowcop with Mirko Filipovic. Nice. What is up? Are you long enough not to get the special treatment with melting cables? Oh man, I hope not. You know, I have definitely not put them through, you know, the hours that some of the other people that are experiencing that have. But thankfully, on the Zotac, one of the cool things with the Zotac, yo, what's that? What the hell? We got some kind of. Yeah, I remember you, gamer. But you're not gamer anymore. You're Crowcop, my dude. Where the fuck? I had another image of when I plugged it in, the 5080. So on that card, it has like a little light that tells you if you have the 12 volt high power plugged in all the way good. So nice little feature. So I definitely pay attention to that. If it's like greenish, you're good. If it's red, then yeah, no bueno. Yeah, yeah, I love that. Sometimes, you know what's so odd is I know that it used to be that, and I'm used to it being that RGB stuff typically costs more, but now that it's becoming more than normal, like now it's actually harder to get stuff that doesn't have RGB or all of that stuff on it, right? And so in a lot of cases, especially when there's low supply of things, I've noticed that some of this stuff that's more either, especially white, obviously white is going to be more expensive, but even like blacked out type things, some of those are like picking up their prices pretty crazy too, man. It's getting nuts. Yeah. Yeah, so far I've been using the adapter, right? So instead of just straight 12 volt power to 12 volt power, from power supply to GPU, I have been using the adapter, which allows you to use 3 8-pins to the 12 volt high power adapter to plug it in, which makes it, in my opinion, from some of the videos and stuff I've looked at, it is slightly less problematic. And then again, I do have the lower tier 5080, so it's not power unlocked, it's not pushing as much watts as some of these like overclocked crazy 5080s, and I think a lot of that helps to make it less of a burden on those cables. And then I have tons of fans, and so I'm crossing my fingers for sure. Yeah, I remember Crowcop Gamer. Maybe we should just call you Crowcop Gamer. Can I change your... we got Mirko Filipovic, man. What the frig? Are you rocking in the case? So the gaming case that we're dealing with right now, it's a Proart Asus case. Yeah, you Mirko. You Mirko Gamer. But in this one, there's two. What are those? Those are not, they're not 140s. These ones on the front, there's two gigantic, I think they're 280 millimeter fans in the front. There's one 140 in the back. And then because of the cooler, which is a 420 AIO, that's three 140 fans on the top. And then I just have that one Noctua. It's hard to see, but I got like a Noctua fan kind of right there, just blowing on the RAM and the top of the GPU. So that's what that is. And then this is the streamer setup. That is, so you got three 120. Oops, sorry for, I almost dropped the camera. 3 120, 3 120, and 3 120. And these fans are amazing. They're cheap as fuck. They're from Thermalright. I don't know if you heard of that one. You probably have because you watch a lot of the tech channels. So Thermalright, they do some really cool fans and cooling stuff for very cheap prices. And 3 packs of those, I forget, like, I got it on sale. I think it was like 30 bucks for a 3-pack. Now they may run at 50 or something when it's not on sale. But even at 50 though, that's cheaper than a bunch of these like other like higher end brands. Like Noctua fans are ridiculous in price. So anyway, it's got those. So that's 9, and then you got one at the back. Which it came with the case. That's a Lee thing. So. And I didn't want their software, so I couldn't find something that would tie in and like control it, so that's why it's not the same theme. Anyway, so sorry for if that caused anybody any kind of like motion sickness. Sorry about that. Oh, an air cooler, yeah. Yeah, Noctuas, they push a lot of air. They got a lot of push through force. So those definitely, those are good by themselves. You don't necessarily need push pull on those. I guess it depends on the model too. I forgot they make a bunch of different models. Anyway, all right. So I'm gonna close out this part. Let's see. So you guys can see that that scary thing did not kill me yet, but I'm going to close this out and move on to, what was the next one? Oh, Shadow of the Tomb Raider. So anyway. Yeah, that's so true, man. Yep. Noctua is heavy. So what have you been up to, gamer? Mr. Mirko? Welcome back in, my dude. Just me and my boy Tony. We're just shooting the shit about the expenses of PC gaming that has gone crazy. Let's check the options. Okay, so we got full screen. Yeah. Keep all that. 5070, 1440. Turn this off. Yep, so no DLSS. Got our 240 off VSync. I have that turned to 4x. Okay, what else we got here? Make sure everything's max. Alright, cool. Let's see if those stuck when we go into the game. Sometimes these settings don't stick. You have to redo them. Yeah, it's like it would be funny because then it would be like serious Sam Croteam in the chat right now. Oh man. Let's see. Let's check our graphics. Yep, looks like everything stays. the same. Yeah. All right, let's run it. Let's see how it does. Oh, really? Yeah, this is a good game. I actually think it's in some ways it's way better than the first of the reboots, you know what I mean? But in other ways I feel like I kind of like the first one. I'm talking about the reboots specifically, but I kind of like that one because of that. I don't know, I kind of have like a nostalgia for the excitement that, oh look, there's a new Lara game. What the fuck, man? They're rebooting it. And so I had a lot of excitement building up to that one. And it felt more mysterious, I guess, because, you know, you just kind of start out crash landed. But this one has way better puzzles, a lot more varied environments. Graphics are fucking nuts. I mean, even now, these graphics are fucking cool as hell. It's pretty crazy. Out of 10. Yep. Oh, and that's another thing, that this one I think kind of paid more homage to the older style games by having quite a bit more puzzle, or at least maybe the intricacy of the puzzles felt better in this one than the first reboot, which in my opinion it just makes it, you know, kind of has that old feel with the old games where puzzles were sometimes a very big part, some of the older ones. Yeah, Mirko / gamer, sometimes his internet goes in and out when he's come to visit. It's been a while, but the last times that he visited, he was having internet issues in and out, so that might be why he's not responding. Like sometimes he doesn't even know that I responded to him. So the fans, I'm not really noticing them. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are times when the fans like kick in like on some really extreme stuff on the PNY, but it's actually not that bad. I want to say it might be a little louder than this 5080. This 5080 is pretty fucking quiet. It's crazy. But that particular 5070 is got a pretty gnarly overclock on it. All right, let's punch in these numbers here. Well, actually, let me take a picture just in case. I don't have to run this all over again. Let's see, Alt-Tab. There we go. Shadow of the Tomb Raider test 1. And that's all. We're only going to do one test. Okay. What did we get here? A 14480. 14480. Wait. Where am I typing at? Did I type some gibberish somewhere? Like in the chat maybe? 14480. No. Wait. 480. 14480. Alright, so on same machine, same settings, so same CPU, everything. The 3080 Ti got a 12,428. The 5080 got a 20,781. And this 5070 is not exactly right in the middle, but it's better than the 3080 Ti. It landed a score of 14,480. The average FPS, we're looking at 92. Okay, we'll finish that one. I don't need I don't need to run that like 3 times. That would be excessive. It's close enough. We're not going for the most accurate test results ever. I just want to know if I should return it or keep it, right? That's like my main purpose for doing this, and then just sharing it is a fun little stream. All right, let's go on to, I think this is our almost end of our benchmark. We're getting close. Fuck, this took all day. What the hell, man? And I was going fast. You have coil wine? I hate coil wine. The only way I can survive coil wine is there are ways of mitigating it depending on the pitch that your particular GPU's coil is making, like the specific pitch. If you adjust your fans sometimes, let's see, which one will we do first here? Mark blue. Alright. This is the jankiest test ever, but whatever. I started doing it on all the others, so that's what I'm going to do here. Anyway. But sometimes you can adjust your fans, and at the right speed, the fans will counter out the whine a little bit. And specifically, it could be your case fans, but in many cases, if your fans are too far away, if you adjust the GPU's fans to a constant speed, as long as it's not too loud, obviously. If you can get that baseline, then it covers it up sometimes. It just depends. I have one that squeals like crazy, and there's just nothing I can do except put it like in a fucking, like a chest or something. Like if I blocked out the fucking sides of the case completely, then it would probably be okay. And then I guess last resort, what I do is I just have to put on my headphones. Hey buddy, what are you doing? Oh, check on the bird. I've been trying to check on it. Only when it's 100%. Just lock my FPS and I'm all good. Oh yeah, yeah, I had one. Oh my gosh, I had one GPU that I thought I was doomed because I didn't know about, you know, maybe I didn't know tweaking FPS and just locking your FPS a certain way. This is way back. I didn't know any of those options to try out, and it was just squealing all the fucking time, like even just base, right? You know, like just desktop, right? And I don't know what it was, but it was this specific monitor. It was a 1080p monitor, but it was one of those old, like, first generation 144 hertz monitors. And for whatever reason, I discovered by switching monitors and like another monitor that was like a 165 hertz or something like that, but it was newer. I discovered that that monitor connected to that GPU caused the GPU to like run at like 144 hertz all the time. Like, you know what I mean? Like there was no like, there's no like calm down. It just like ramped up the GPU for some reason, and so it caused a constant coil whine all the time. But when I switched to this other monitor, that was a, what was it, a 1440p 165 hertz, it stopped squealing. So I think, you know, obviously you probably already know this, but higher frame rates can cause it. And since it was a 1080p monitor, it was like running that 144 hertz like more of the time. And then with a 1440p, it was a little harder for the GPU to run it, so it like slowed it down. It kind of tamed it down a little bit, I guess. So that was crazy. I thought I was just doomed with that card. And then it kind of cleared itself out. Yeah, it is kind of scary. You think it's going to blow up or it's going to catch on fire. Alright, where are we at? He's 60, 78. Okay. 60, 78. Average. Average what? What are we looking for? Frame rate 132.50, 132.50. Alright, what kind of temperatures did we hit here? I will say this 5070, it can run pretty hot. Let's see, we hit 72. That's not bad now. But we got up to 79 in the very early testing that we started today. I think we got up to what, 75-ish? 74. Yep, 75. Alright, let's see. The last time we tested with the 5080 on this next one, which is the Cyan room, it had some weird glitches on this fucking benchmark. Let's see if that happens again. Heard of it before. Yeah, I had heard of it, but my ears are kind of overly sensitive in some ways to certain kinds of like electronic squeal. So I don't know if you've ever like took an opportunity to do this, but you'll find some power adapters, like sometimes like certain phone chargers, and maybe it's only cheap ones, I don't know. So, but like some phone chargers, or like I have an Nvidia Shield TV unit, and the power plug brick, like if you put your ear to it, you can hear it squealing, right? And I've tested this with other things, and it's like sometimes if you just change that, sometimes it's better. So it's not always just like, oh yeah, lots of things do that. Sometimes it's legit just probably a defect in that specific one. And then other times it's not a defect, it's just it doesn't like that power. So if you plugged it into another outlet, it was fine, which is so weird. So weird. Yeah, the buzzing stuff will kill me. Yeah. 7950 X3D. Yeah, I like it. I got lucky with mine. I did not buy it when it was brand new. I know that watching places like Jay's 2 Cents, someone like him, he got his like straight up right off the bat when it was new, and he built his gaming rig with it and everything. And he and many others complained that it has trouble, you know, keeping RAM clock stable. And he has to constantly reapply his expo and stuff timings, and you know, I don't remember what kit he had specifically, but the kit I have and this particular 7950 X3D, it's fine. It runs at 8000 the RAM CL38, which I know is not the best in the world, but like I thought I was going to have a lot of trouble running that on this specific CPU, but turned out it ran pretty damn good, and I don't think I've had very many problems at all. Maybe every now and then there's something off, so that's weird. So the 5080 does not like this test. It had weird glitches and tested at like, you know, 7777 was the score, and this 5070 is beating it with a 7893. These VR Mark, I don't know, they need to update their shit. It is ass. They do not have the correct stuff on this. 172.08. Like it always, like there's no way that a 2023 gaming PC, hey buddy, there's no way a 2023 gaming PC should be testing higher than a 5070. Like that's insane. Like you know, unless I'm crazy. But that happens no matter what card I put in here. The 3080 Ti, it shows me lower than a 2023 laptop. The 5080, I'm lower than a 2023 laptop. So I think VR Mark is just wrong. But it's kind of funny to see how they compare on this same janky ass test. Because as we all know, there's plenty of games out there that are just optimized ass. So this is what this test represents. These are for all the unoptimized shitty games of the world. 62, I want to say. Hold on, buddy. I think we got like 62. Let's put a 62 in there. That's what we did. Okay. Go back. Benchmark. Orange. So this is supposed to be the lightweight one. Yeah, 38 is pretty good. You're right. Could be. You have the latest versions. Yeah. I don't know, to be honest. This is from Steam, so I didn't get VR Mark directly. So there could be a difference between the Steam version and the you know, from these 3D Mark people's website. So that might be something I could investigate to see if they have a different version between the two, because I know that's happened with other companies that have software that's on Steam and also standalone. Many times they're not the same version. Yeah, what are you doing over there? Wee, good job. Well, going back to the loud noises, man, I'm just glad I'm not on the other side of my stream sometimes. And it's like I notice it after the stream is over. And I know you've probably had similar things happen to you, but it's like, dude, sometimes the audio is just such ass. Fucking bothers the crap out of me. Because I know that there's been times when if I don't have like music playing, and maybe it depends on which mic I'm using, or maybe if I have it too loud or too low or whatever. But there's been times where there's this like hissing or, you know, buzz sound that if I were to stop music and not have music playing is way more pronounced. And yeah, that is insanely annoying. What we got here, we got a 14209. 209. Average 309.76. 309.76. What kind of temps did we hit here? 57, 58. Over 58 point something, so we'll throw a 59 in there. All right, cool. All right, so I think I'll probably end up keeping this. I'm not sure. This looks like a good low power. It runs hotter. The only thing I don't like about it is that it does run hotter, probably because of the factory overclocks. But it just uses so little power compared to, you know, anything else that's getting that amount of frames. It's pretty crazy. All right, let's get to these last tests. Let me do some housekeeping. See if I can get the what am I doing next? Minecraft Java is next. So let me exit VR Mark. We'll let that finish shutting down. Okay. Well, I publish a video for benchmark. Man, I want to. I don't know if I'm gonna. Yeah, I want to. Like what I do is I definitely leave the VOD up. So that's my lazy way of it being there. And then what I try to do is I try to go back and like edit the VOD and cut out all the dead time, so that there is a video that's kind of just, you know, mostly straight through all the testings. But yeah, ultimately I would like to do a video where I kind of consolidate all the info. So yeah, I am definitely thinking of doing that. But in the meantime, I do have a link on the pin, if it's still there. I don't know if they time out sometimes, but on the Twitch chat at the top, there might still be a pinned comment from me, and that link is to the spreadsheet where I'm just dirtily throwing in all the numbers. And so if I do make a video, that's where a lot of the info is going to come from. And then, you know, maybe my editor will chop up some of the stream. I don't know how, because some of these streams are long because I just, you know, I step away for like an hour or something and forget. So there's like big spots that have to be chopped up. You're close to 60K. No, what the fuck? Really? Let me see. What? Thanks. 60K views total. Holy shit. That's awesome. I keep forgetting to like look at the overall views. Like total. Because that's like, you know, that's kind of a good thing to like use as like little like, what do you call them? Like kind of like little goals to reach for, is just looking at those overall views. Because sometimes it takes forever for your individual video view count to go up significantly. And so it's easy to get burned out like watching those be stuck at like my shorts a lot of times will get stuck at the 500 view count for a long time. And then streams are stuck at like 30 to 80 views count, you know. But the overall views, oh yeah, that's endorphins right there. Let me see. Damn, you're right. Holy shit. Cool, thanks, man. Alrighty. Where am I? Java. We need Java to load. Please don't crash today, Minecraft. Alright, nope, not Bedrock. We gotta do Java first. Let's play this. Just want to see like how much watts it uses, and try to look at the FPS-ish range, I guess. Wait, I'm not even sharing it. I forgot to change it back. Here we go. Okay, that's better. So options, video. Alright, let's make sure we're at... Wait, what am I supposed to check it at? Hold on. Minimize. 4K. Really? I'm supposed to do the 4K one. Ah, don't tell me I gotta reset some of this stuff. Hold on 1 second. 4K is gonna look weird on this. Alright, whatever. What? Stranger Things TV show? It was a meme, but it was cool. Damn, son. Dude, I gotta start throwing some more shorts onto my TikTok. I keep forgetting. Holy shit, 35K. Son of a gun. Rest get 200 to 5. That's good too though. 200 to 500. What the flip? Wait, did I forget? I did. Alright, so we can see I'm going to try to run it at that 4K stuff. And then maybe I'll even check the 1440 just to see. 29 chunks, sim 12 chunks, whatever that means. I'll keep it on windowed mode in case we crash or something. Let me see if I need to No, I don't need to. Oh man, my eyes. All right. Oh, it feels good. Hell yeah. What are we doing here? 230s. Let's look at the water. 200. We'll look straight up. Yeah, 200. Look that way. 230. 250s. Oh, things are on fire. That's never a good sign. Okay, what about the FPS? What are we looking at? I mean, it claims 230, 230, 290, 220s. Okay. So 220 to 330 on the 4K. Okay. Where am I at here? That's fine. There's no way. There must be something wrong with the other ones. This FPS counter is not the most accurate. So I almost want to not. Let's just put 220s. I don't want to exaggerate. And then the watts, we did get up to 300. So I'd say 230 to 300, 220s up to, I mean, it'd go up to 330, but it was brief, so. Alright, now we can try Bedrock version. Minecraft's a lot of memories. Bored of it so quickly. Yeah, like once you've experienced like, you know, pretty much 90% of it, it's hard to get that original feeling back, you know? Like I remember the first times playing it were some of the best like first feelings in gaming. It just had that mysterious feeling to it that very few games have. But like once you find pretty much all the secrets, and then of course it's so mainstream now that, you know, all the info, all the images are everywhere. There's not much new that they can do. Even when they add new stuff, it still feels pretty much the same. So I've slowed down on it too. 1% lows. I mean, sometimes it just depends on the test. What the hell am I trying to say? So the hardware info thing that I'm using, it does have all of that, right? But I've noticed that it's probably like my implementation or like my software or maybe my Windows. It does not seem very accurate. So I only use the hardware info one as like last resort and to like kind of show anybody viewing kind of like what the numbers are at any given time. So what I do in my chart is I always record the benchmarks information itself first, and then if it doesn't have info, then I default back to the hardware info stuff, which is all all of the... And then also I can't change that purple. Let me show you. Like for whatever reason it has locked me out. So I can't, like for this thing, I want to fucking change the color so it's easier to see, because I can't fucking hardly see it. And you know, maybe other people with better eyes don't have as much of a problem as I do, but I cannot fucking see that. Anyway. But it's locked me out. So I'm supposed to have like a version that you get with, like it came with one of my motherboards. And it's supposed to have a higher tier of just, it's not just the free tier. But I think I had the free tier there before, and so I've overwritten the old install, so that may be why it locked me out of the fancy changing of colors and stuff that I'm supposed to have access to. Alright, Bedrock will be next, and then we'll be done. And I'll probably get out of here because it's almost food time for me. Where the fuck is my Bedrock Minecraft? This is the jankiest fucking thing ever, this Bedrock. I cannot predict how well this is gonna go. We might even have a crash. Yep, failed to find installed product. Yeah, see? Yeah, we're not able to start that. Let's see. Can you reinstall it for me? No? Alright, you know what? It doesn't even matter. I don't need to test those. It's definitely gonna run Minecraft, people. How it does with Bedrock ray tracing, I don't know. My Bedrock is broken. Yeah. Failed to find installed product. Dude. Let me try one more time. Nope. Oh man, that kind of sucks. Alright. So where should I end this at? Oh, maybe I could just throw up. Let's see if Stalker will start. We'll just see if it runs good or if it runs like shit or not. So we'll skip Minecraft Bedrock and we'll just try Stalker. Bloop. Launching game. So damn broken launch. Yeah, man. How many times have I heard that from myself about a game where I was like, this game would be my favorite if I could actually play it. Okay. Coming in at 300 watts. Total. Oh, great. I forget. Change the GPU. So now we have a complete recompiling of shaders rather than a soft recompile. It was the last mission. It kept telling me under the ground. Oh hell no. Oh, that is frustrating. Fuck that. Yeah. Did you find any mods that could help save the ending for you, or? Because I know you eventually played with mods, I think. I had that happen to me on, I haven't finished it, on Starfield. I literally had the game. I was trying to play it a little bit on the Xbox. And you know, because I had it, the Game Pass, and I had the upgrade that I bought combined. So that meant I could play it on Xbox or PC. So I was playing it on Xbox first, and it was okay, vanilla. It's still, I knew it's like, yo, I gotta have mods for this shit, right? And something somewhere very early on broke, and I could not get my save to work. And so I went to the PC version, right? I was like, okay, I'll play the PC version. Fuck that, right? I'll just start over. Well, the PC version, I didn't know, was basically cross save with the other one. And I was like, oh, well, there's my save. Let me try it here, right? It was still broken, my same save. And I kind of got frustrated, so then I thought, you know what, fuck it. Let me try some mods, because that's the way I want to play this anyway. After modding it, and I didn't even look for mods that would fix whatever is broken. I just modded things I wanted to mod. And then that exact save, it loaded. That was the craziest fucking thing ever. So I was able to pick up where I left off just because I added mods. As we shoot through walls. Oh hell no. So the fucking enemies were wall hacking? What the fuck? Use mods for inventory. Had to yoink all of it. Damn. Couldn't even leave anything behind. Yeah. Yeah, that's me. I like to grab everything. And those loading screens. Yeah, actually, that was one of the mods I got, was like custom loading screens to add like something. I think even one of them was like a legit like video style loading screen. But yeah, mods do help a lot. Yeah. Alright, so we got shaders. Oh, here we go. Let's check what our graphics are set at. Well, it's on Epic. Okay. Why can't I? Okay. Whatever. I don't know. Not sure if Epic is a good idea for the 5070. Though it is on I didn't even notice. It has DLSS on balanced. Alright, we'll see how it looks with balanced, so we can scar changes. What do you mean? Yeah, whatever. 1440 and Epic. Okay, cool. Alright, so continue. Where the fuck? I'm in the very beginning, so it's not even worth looking at. But we'll see if it actually runs okay. So fans do ramp up, but that's mostly my actual case fans that are ramping up, because I think I probably have them linked to the CPU. Alright, let's go. Oh yeah, this is super beginning. Okay. Yeah. I'll pull up another save. So the fucking DLSS balanced on this game actually looks pretty damn good. Like, I don't see the halo on things too much. Definitely don't see it when it's still like this. Maybe a little bit of like the jaggedness is not as smooth as I would like. The outline of like a tree. But like moving around, dude, it is fucking smooth. Totally fine, balanced for this game. But some games, DLSS balanced looks horrible to me. And I cannot do it. I can't deal with it. Whoa, what the fuck was that? What was that? The fuck? Yeah, fuck you, bitch. Okay, so we're pulling 400-ish watts. And this, like, zero NPC area, just graphics. And I don't know what the FPS is. Yeah, Stalker, like they did good. They did good with their shit. Yep. Yeah, they did good on the graphics part. Like, maybe their game-breaking things, obviously, they could definitely use some work on that. But graphics, yeah, they did a good job there. Alright, let's load like a nighttime one maybe, where I can move around more. I don't actually know where any of these are. Oh yeah, I saw that too. I agree. I definitely think they did. I think probably what they did was something along the lines of trying to get it like more base close on the console. Hey bitch, what the fuck's up, motherfucker? Here he comes. Oh shit. Oh, he's breaching. He's breaching. Is that you? Yeah, 5070 handles it real good. Great. Fucker got me, you piece of shit. E. Wait, what? E. Take all. Where's take all? R. And then escape. Where's the other one at? E. R. Take all. Okay. We got over here. Got any food? What the fuck, man? Oh. Got some cat food or something? Take that. So, yeah, I guess we're using about 400 when it comes to system power. Now you want to go back to the game. Yeah, you're welcome. Dude, I cannot see that. 140s, right? 130s, 140s. Real. Hey, I learned from the best, mister. That's how you taught me, right? You know? I mean, to be fair, if you were in a world like this, alcohol would be important for more than just, you know, it's a very depressing world. You would legit be like disinfecting things, wounds. Most water would probably not be healthy to drink. So, yeah. To be fair, yeah, we need that, baby. We need it. Gotta make sure it's fucking taken care of. Alright. Yeah, I like this 5070. Shit, I was worried actually because, you know, there's a lot of bad reviews. But I think that the reviews, if you're not careful, you'll forget that they're not necessarily talking about like overall performance. What a lot of the reviews are saying is price and marketing for the 5070 was pretty dumb, you know? Like, well, I guess the original prices maybe not too bad, but the inflation style prices are definitely no bueno. No bueno. Oh, and then also it being 12 gigabytes. Yep, it's a 12 gig. Yep. Which is kind of, it's kind of dumb. But again, I would not consider, for me, the 5070 if it wasn't for the fact that the 5070 Ti, you cannot find them except that they're the same price as the 5080 that I got. So it's like, to me, I was like, there's no way I'm buying a 5070 Ti that costs the same as my 5080. Like that was just going to be like a no for me. And then I just decided to get the 5070 for, what was it? This is an overclock edition. So I think it was $650 US, which again, that's more than the MSRP. But this is like, you know, this is what you would consider a upgraded overclocked version. And I kind of felt like, well, that's not too bad. Especially if I'm comparing to, okay, do I want a 5070 for $650? Or do I want to pay $950, $1,000, or $1,100 for a 5070 Ti? I was like, nah, I just can't do it. Maybe if I hadn't got the 5080, maybe I would have considered the 5070 Ti. But I need this one for, there's perhaps some systems for either my daughter or my wife that they might do well with this as a low power GPU. I'm not sure. 4K would be a problem. Yeah. Yeah, you're going to run into problems with the 12 gigabytes. I will say though, another consideration was, since the 3080 Ti was only 12 gigabytes, like I was already kind of used to tweaking things, even 4K things, to run on the 3080 Ti, and I was mostly happy once I did that. So I think that helps me, that I came from that specific card. And I've only barely had the 5080 for a little bit. So I don't know, we'll see. I'll probably end up testing this 5070 for more than just gaming. Like I'll probably also test how does it handle streaming, like OBS and things like that. And that will also factor into whether or not I return it. And oh, before after tax? No, that's before. So with tax, what was it, 670 something, 680? And then I did get free shipping, so that does help. Because I ordered something from Newegg actually, and so this I got off of Amazon, this 5070, but something else I ordered on Newegg, I forget what it was. And for whatever reason, that thing cost $40 or $50 shipping. What the fuck was it? Oh, it's a pre-order. I have a motherboard on pre-order, but I don't think I'm gonna keep it. I think I'm gonna cancel that. And the shipping was like $40-ish. And that's pretty fucking crazy. You pay like whatever it was, $500 for a fucking motherboard. And then they want to charge you $50 for the fucking shipping. And then with Amazon, you can get free shipping. So, fuck that. Taxes and prices, like you're paying for taxes anyway. Why not include it? Well, the reason for that is simple, my dude. Is so they can charge you more and you forget that you still got to pay taxes. And then, like, you know, I know that, you know, there's many places that have to deal with taxes. So I'm not trying to pretend we got the, you know, the worst problem ever. But Like over here, you get taxed for every flipping fucking thing. You know what I mean? Like you got property taxes, you got sales taxes, you got income taxes, you got taxes on, you know, whether or not, you know, you made a profit off of something, you know? It's like some of the taxes I understand are probably no-brainers. Like it's just like, well, everywhere taxes, that kind of thing. But to me, like one of my biggest fucking pet peeves is I hate any law anywhere that says that you have to pay property taxes if you own a piece of land, right? Like if you own a piece of land, you paid it off, no mortgage, no nothing. You own that land, you own that house, but then you got to pay property taxes? Dude, what the fuck? Then that means I don't own it. If I got to pay something that if I don't pay it jeopardizes my ability to have this thing, then that's not ownership. 19%? Is it for and taxes are so confusing because it's like, yeah, you might have a percent of this, right? But then that's just sales tax percent. And then if you talk about income tax, that's another percent, you know? So sometimes, you know, there's taxes that are itemized and different. And then some places maybe they have a flat tax, and no, it's just everything's 19%. Buy something, 19%. Get paid money, 19%. So at least it's less confusing when they do flat taxes. But flat taxes can also suck because then maybe they, you know, they hit you with a higher one. Just because they called it a flat one, they're like, oh, here it is. Boom. I don't know. They do. But like I said, to me, the biggest pet peeve I have is like, dude, you cannot tell me that there's such a thing as ownership. That's, my son is going absolutely ballistic. He doesn't like taxes either. Yeah, buddy. But like, you can't tell me I own something if I have to pay something on it, right? Like, that's why I understand, like, if I finance things, if I do mortgage, blah, 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 I understand that I don't own that thing yet. I have to pay it off to own that thing. But at the end of the day, the way a government can tell you, yo, you got to pay taxes on this piece of land, but then that means I don't own it. That means I'm leasing it or renting it from the government, in my opinion. So, I don't know. If I were ever a emperor or a president or a dictator or a whatever, 100%, the first thing I would get rid of is property tax. 100%. Done. Like, you can make argument about sales tax and things like that, and I might listen to you. But if anybody argued with me about property tax, I would tell them, fuck no. Oh, man. Well, my son's going crazy. It's almost food time. I think I might have to help out with that before he destroys the living room. So probably gonna, let's close this thing. And I think we can say 400 watts for Stalker 2. Yeah, so almost the same as the 5080. That's fine. And then FPS, I don't know. I can't really see. I'm just gonna leave that alone. Say that was whatever. This is not going to be. This was not my favorite test. Cause it felt very like, it felt like it was repeating. I'm doing the same shit over and over, so I'm starting to get burnt out on testing things. Oh well. I guess the next thing I might try to do is like, I don't know if I'm gonna stream it or record it. Most likely it's probably gonna be a recording, but I'm gonna try to switch some computer cases around. Give my daughter a smaller case, maybe. She has my EVGA case, which is, you know, ginormous. So Probably gonna switch that up. Rest your day night. Bye. Hey, same to you, man. Hope you all have a great. Wait, you're in the evening right now, so have a great night. And hope you have time to load up some gaming or continue gaming for a little bit longer. Hopefully I could stream either again tomorrow or Monday. We'll see how it goes. So I want to do some real world like gameplay. You know what I mean? Like this is all well and good, but it was like what you said earlier. You know, the difference between the lowest 5080 and the highest 5080 when you're actually playing the games, that's you're right. Is you're not going to notice that shit. You know what I mean? If the thing doesn't have anything wrong with it, if it's a 5080, it's going to run a certain way. And so that's what I want to test. It's like, how do I feel playing on these fucking things? So maybe we can do some Kazan or something soon. And then what else was I going to try out? I was going to try out that atomic one. But, you know, anyway. But there's the 5080 right there. That's the 1080 Ti. And that's the box for the 5070 right there. So, alright. But thanks for hanging out, Tony. Appreciate you. And if Mirko Gamer Crocop, if you're lurking out there and your internet is working again, we appreciate you dropping by too, man. So we'll catch y'all. We'll probably catch y'all on the flip side, man. Everybody have a good one. Take it easy. Ciao.